I will discuss on rubrics. What is rubrics? Do you have any idea?
Sir, it is the format
Good morning, sir.
to evaluate the student.
Actually, what happened? Nowadays, everything has become so specific. NAC, NBA. So naturally, in our earlier days, it was no specific, so much specific. We used to do the laboratory class. Teacher used to take our some viva bosi and report, and we were used to evaluated by them. But nowadays, everything should be very systemized so that especially the NBA team should become, satisfied. So naturally, I think here total participant so far now 218. I think most of you, some of you are engineering faculty member. Are there any other non-engineering faculty member? Okay.
Yes, sir.
But no problem. Because here you will get a test. In why we take laboratory class? It has got some specific outcome. Whatever theory has been taught in the class, it is verification. But, okay, Mr. Madam Richa, you are not engineering faculty, no problem. But I think you will get some idea. Nowadays, it is an era of multi-skill. Is it not? So at least you will get the idea of what your friends are doing in engineering classes and others. Okay, no problem. You will get it. But now the point is that, unfortunately, our course of study in India, laboratory classes are only verification of laws and principles. Nothing else. Do you agree? Do you agree to this point? Agree.
Yes, sir.
No innovation. Okay. No innovation. Only students are asked to do some activity. Based on that, they perform the activity. So that's why the laboratory class becomes monotonous. Monotonous. Is it not? Monotonous to them. Okay.
Sir, select the qua.
Actually,
Hello, sir.
yes.
Sir, I think laboratory class would be conducted as per curriculum and pre-decided pro forma, na? So,
I know.
for graduation or diploma laboratory classes, I think this is not for new innovation.
No. Laboratory class nowadays, actually, our course of study is a process-based study.
Oh, akhirnya apa dah? Congratulations.
Okay. Please don't
Course
talk.
work new dah sih starting.
Hello. Our course of study is a process-based study.
Oh, course
But
work ko
in developed
publication
country,
ethics kata mo doon cho.
hello, madam. who is
Technical
talking?
communication, publication ethics
Please,
Ini kedua. Oh, engineering subject atau ke tara lah dokin.
Hello,
Non ka subject ke.
who is talking?
4 5 ta
Rija
lah
ma'am,
dokin.
please mute yourself.
4 5 ta lah dokin ke. So sinutan.
Rija madam, please mute yourself.
Research methodology है compulsory.
Rija ma'am, please mute yourself. That's
She's
created
not
more
listening,
noisy.
sir. Unmute her at your
Oh,
end,
mula
sir.
maximum atau adin sunya. Oh, classes
She's not
ham
listening.
tani mulu ladar mana jo. So sinutan do kucing.
Yes.
Ale ada hang ja class lama pa atau pa adin su. Part time no for relaxation. Oh. Yes.
Host may mute all the participants. That will be better, like before they used to do.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So you can mute all the participants from your end. I think she is enjoying the winter session on winter morning.
Okay. Okay. All are teachers. So I think this sense must be there. Okay.
Now it seems that someone might be taking many class, research methodology and many other things she was talking about.
Oh,
So I think she was engaged in class and somehow forgot to mute. Or something.
Okay, let me again continue. Actually, what happened, our course of study, whatever may be in the curriculum, it is, I am agreeing to the point that as per the curriculum, laboratory class is to be done. Fine. But actually what happened, the concept is now, it is gradually changing. The study should be product-based. Product-based means based on the product, you have to study how the transformation have taken place from the end point to initial period. Think about a pen. Suppose this is the pen. Okay. Now this pen, it is suppose the 10th stage. Okay. Now what was the 9th stage? What was the 8th stage? Like that, if you can come back to the first stage, then after studying the stages, you can optimize the process and minimize the stages. As a result, there will be a cost reduction. This is called reverse engineering concept. Okay, fine. Now, laboratory, I am coming back to laboratory again. What happened? Laboratory, when I was a student long back, my students, what I have observed, that generally they are performing the laboratory class as per the according to that. Because this conventional laboratory experiment is a monotonous as well as prescriptive. But have you heard about discovery type laboratory? Any one of you? Discovery type laboratory? It is a very interesting phase. I will come to that. Okay. So, today, I will deliver you some idea how to evaluate the student more perfect way so that there should not be any confusion. And actually what happens, students are sometimes grumbling that I got less mark, he got higher mark than me. That should not be there if you follow this methodology. That's my submission to you. Okay. So now can I start? The topic is rubric for evolution of laboratory class based on Bloom's taxonomy. Have you heard about Bloom? He's the educational psychologist, you can say. And based on Bloom, all this planning, how to teach effectively it has been evolved. Okay. Now, first of all, the aims of laboratory work. Obviously, the first point, to understand concepts. Whatever theoretical background you have given to them, then that concept is to be understood practically. Another point is that to discover rules and relationships. Okay. At the same time, to understand principles. Next point is that to observe safety precautions. And the most important thing, gradually, to develop habits of inquiry. More the question the student will ask, more will be the understanding. Okay. When you will get the most important thing, your teaching is appropriate and it has been well taken by the student. How you can find out? You have given a lecture. Whether the students have understood your lecture, that is the most important thing. So how do you come to know that they have understood your lecture? What is the methodology? Can anybody tell me? Hello? Most important thing, what you are doing, you have given a lecture and you ask questions to the students. Okay. But okay. Okay. Thank you. So, hello. Now,
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Good
Audible.
morning, sir. You are audible, sir.
now audible.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir,
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 by
it was
evaluation.
My question is that how do you come to know that whatever lecture you have given in the class, it has been understood by the students?
By
So through
asking some questions related to the topic and by the evaluation process and by also giving some assignment.
Very good. Very good. But there
Formative assessment, sir.
eh?
Formative assessment, sir.
Okay. But there is another new technique. I think perhaps I can tell you.
Yes, sir. It's about through the rubrics also.
No. What is your subject, madam? Your subject?
I am from the Science and Humanities Physics Department.
Okay. So tell me a topic you are teaching to the student, any topic.
Conservation of angular momentum.
Conservation of angular momentum. Fine. Now, before starting the lecture, okay, you give
Yes.
at least 10 to 15 MCQ questions through Google Form. Okay. Before starting the class, you give some time to them about conservation of angular momentum. But it is automatically the student will score very less because they don't know the subject, they don't know the topic. Fine. Then you start your lecture on conservation of angular momentum. Now, after the lecture is over, again you repeat those 15 MCQ questions to them. If 80% questions are answered by them, then your teaching is okay. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
It is called pre-test and post-test. And this is very effective. You got my point? You
Yes, sir.
can try this type of thing. Okay. It is an innovation in teaching. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
So sometime I used to that, just I deliver something, some things or matter, and ask the student, you speak as per your understanding. So I want to try to understand what amount student have grief through my lecture.
Very good, very good, very good. But another thing, what I have told pre-test and post-test, another important thing you can do, you deliver the lecture, okay, and give a Google form to their group mail or whatever may be. Please indicate the 3 key points of my today's lecture. Are you getting my point? If you practice this, all students will be attentive. You got my point? After the lecture is over, you give this Google form that please indicate the 3 key points of my today's lecture. That is also another way, effective way you can get the idea whether the students have understood or not. Okay. Question, inquiry, that is very important. It should be encouraged. Now suppose in your home, your child, generally child asks so many questions and you try to give those answers to them. Same thing. You know, always remember, after parents, you are the next level of guardian to the students. Okay. Another important thing, one of the most important thing in the laboratory work, that to work in groups. And I can tell you, this is the actually beginning of professional life. Beginning of professional life. When they will go for job, they have to work in a group. And this is the beginning. Cooperation, understanding, everything will be reflected. Okay. Now, next, to write formal and informal reports. Now tell me, what is formal report and what is informal report? To write formal and informal reports. What does it mean?
Informal means that we observe in the classroom, and the formal means we make the chart and the proper all the assessment has to be right over there. Okay, very good. Actually, formal report is the laboratory notebook, what they are submitting after completion of the laboratory. But informal means, now a new technique has been developed. It is known as lab diary. What does it mean? The student, whenever he or she enters the laboratory, up to 3 hours of the class, she or he will write whom he or she has made, what instructions he has got, how, which are the colleagues he or she has got, like that the whole Roj Namcha, that is the daily, the routine in the class. What he or she has done, she will write in a piece of paper. And that should be signed by teacher and the student itself, himself or herself. What is the benefit of this? Whenever you are checking his his or her report, you can check with the lab diary whether actually he has done the job or not. Are you getting my point? Yeah? You can start with this lab diary also, apart from the formal reports. Now, another important aim is to develop ability to observe and measure. Okay? Another important thing is to develop manipulating skills. What does it mean? Means, suppose arrangement of laboratory, arrangement of the equipment, there are some technique is to be followed. And what will be the most useful one? That lesson the student is getting. And finally, the interpretation of the result and data. Okay. And to locate fault in equipment and instrument and the circuit. That is very, very important. You know, whenever I take Viva Voce of the student, I never ask how you have done the job. I ask, what are the difficulties you have faced? And how it can be rectified, your suggestions. Are you getting my point? Eh? Don't ask that how they have done. Ask them what are the difficulties you have faced. That is very more, very, very, very direct approach you are getting from the students. Okay. So, aims are clear. Any question? Aims are clear, my dear? Okay. Now, nature of learning process in the laboratory. One is stimulus situation. One is response situation. Another is interactive situation. What is stimulus situation? What is stimulus? Huh? Stimulus means actually why we take tea. Why we take tea or coffee? Hello?
Sir, to get refresh.
Yes.
To get some energy and refreshment.
Not
Sir,
only
to
that,
make our morning very energetic.
stimulus. Is it not? It stimulates us. Okay. Now, most important thing is that in the laboratory also, one important thing in the laboratory class, my feeling is that whenever the situation should be in such in the laboratory, that whenever the student enters the college or university, he or she first will think that how early I can enter the laboratory. Okay. it will become a, it should become a learning center, activity center. But nowadays, in common sense, students are not very much, eager to go laboratory. If they are compelled to go, then they will come for laboratory class. Otherwise, no extra stay in the laboratory. Okay. So this stimulus situation you have to create. Okay. And then after the stimulus, the response situation. Okay. And then comes interactive situation. Now, my dear, what is stimulus situation? Minimized listening. Classroom, we are giving big lecture. But in the laboratory, the listening should be minimized. Reading should be simplified. And observations are maximized. Okay. Now, how you can make environment in the laboratory attractive to the students? How?
First, we can deliver the lectures and all the basic concepts in the classroom related to that lab, and thereafter we should move to the laboratory for the verification or for the and for the
law and
to check over there.
Okay. But my dear, one most important thing is that my question is different. How you can make environment of the laboratory attractive to the students? Okay. Right. Okay, my dear, I am giving a task. Write down in the chat box 1 or 2 points. How you can make the environment attractive to the students. Just 1 or 2 points in the chat box. I am giving you 5 minutes. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, Acha. Firstly, you want PPT presentation regarding the theory and say showing some real application. Very good. Now, I am giving you some idea. Okay. Most important thing is that what I do generally, I give the laboratory instruction sheet well in advance to the student through their group mail. Okay. To 1 or 2 days before. And in YouTube, you will get everything. So related practical application in YouTube, I give the links to the students. Are you getting my point? So as a result, whenever the students are going through that, YouTube videos and instruction sheet, automatically, when they will come to the class, they won't come unprepared. They will come fully prepared. And because what you have stimulated them. So my request to you, don't follow the conventional methodology that whenever the student will come to the class, there is a instructions how to do the job like that. No. You give well in advance to them.
Sir,
Yes.
good morning, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I also provide them that materials in advance
Right.
through either the Google Classroom.
Yes.
Also provide them some videos.
Yes.
But,
excellent.
Yeah, but even after that, I find that they come unprepared in the lab. They say
No,
that sir,
no.
we don't have time.
It is their nature. But even then,
So in that case, what should be done if they don't even read that? What should be done in that case?
then what you will do, you make some, what I do, I make some on that laboratory experiment, procedures and others, I make some MCQ questions. Okay. So whenever they will enter the class first, I take some 10 to 15 minute test, what they have studied from the instruction sheet. And I got after 2 or 3 try, I got after that a very good response from them. You got my point?
Yes, sir.
You don't believe them. They will take it and others. But if you take some test before starting the experiment, what I have prerequisite learning test, then that will give you some idea and students will be serious.
So, sir, those marks do you include in their assessment?
No, it is your own assessment and others, but let them know. And I will come one after another how we will assess the student. Okay. Right. So it is the teacher who arranges the environment. It is better, Actually, small kids, we tell stories, is it not? You should tell the student, first class, the history of the laboratory. Are you getting my point? When it was established, who established this and what is the reason for establishing this laboratory? The background of this laboratory, initially what it was and now what it has become. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
History of the laboratory. You can collect information from the senior professors and others. Okay. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Eh?
Yeah, yes, sir.
It is, when the students are entering the... entering the laboratory, they don't know where they have entered, what they will do. Okay. Bapre, lot of noise. Okay, fine.
फोन नंबर नहीं है नहीं देता होगा तब आप बताइए
Sir, please mute everyone from your end.
बातें करते अंदर में जाने से तो बेटर समझता नहीं जब काम थोड़े ना चला इसके लिए इसके अब बंद में जो खराब लगता हो सब करे इसके लिए प्रोफेशनल स्टाफ रहता है इसके लिए प्रोफेशनल सब है
Hello. Yeah. Now, response situation. Response in motor activities follows immediately after each observed or perceived stimulus. First stimulation, then action. Response. Okay. So naturally, unattractive influences of irrelevant cues should be reduced to minimum. Okay. Neat and clean, everything. Then interactive. Now, my dear, you take this statement, what I have given here. The student learns best when he gets direct help from the teacher least. That is very important. Don't make spoon feeding to them. Okay? Right? Let them develop step by step. Okay? And in that case, your role should not be a teacher. Your role will be, you will be the facilitator. Okay? So these are the 3 stages of learning in the laboratory. Now, my dear, most important thing, types of laboratory experiments. One is conventional type. What we are doing, what you are doing with the students. All the information regarding the performances of each experiment is provided to the students. Okay? And this information is either provided to the student verbally or by the worksheet or laboratory manual. Okay? I think this is the most common thing we are following. Next. Yes, experiments are teacher-centered. Obviously, there is not much scope for the students to think on his or her own. Now, students attempt to verify certain known relationship, okay, principles, or determine some physical quantity. Most important thing, for example, Ohm's law. Generally, in the laboratory, students are asked to verify Ohm's law. V is equal to IR. Okay. So naturally, the student already know the interpretation, conclusion or the outcome. That is V is equal to IR. Okay. So what are the merits of conventional type experiment? Merits, the instructions help less able students. And naturally, you have taught in the class what is Ohm's law. It can precede or replace classroom instructions. Fine. But what are the limitations? Less freedom to students. Little scope for student initiative and limits the conclusion to be drawn and monotonous. Right? Because generally for conducting one laboratory experiment, the experimental setup is fixed. Only the students, they will know the theory and they have to perform the experiment. Right? So there is if the student, suppose he or she has to prove V is equal to IR, if the student say that, sir, I want to make my own arrangement to prove this, will he be allowed? Will he be allowed? No. Because there are some set methodology and set procedure. Is it not? Now, my dear, there is another experiment, what I was telling you, discovery type experiment. The students, suppose, for example, they will discover Ohm's law. As a result, in the worksheet, there must be interwoven questions. Okay. So, as a result, student can discover the relationship. And my dear, I can tell you, before COVID, I used to run this type of courses. Lot of faculty members like you used to come to our institute, and what they used to do? They used to perform conventional type experiment. Then I used to tell them, please convert it into discovery type. And gladly they used to do the thing. Okay, so let us see. Discovery type, its merits and limitation, I will come to you later on. Now first, discovery type. What is Ohm's law? What is Ohm's law? V is equal to IR. But here, experiment is not verification of Ohm's law. The experiment is study on current voltage relationship. Okay. What is the rationale of that experiment? Because we know that water flows from higher head to lower head. Okay. So there is a difference of head between 2 points. And the rate of flow of water from a point to another is proportionate to the head difference between the 2 points. Similarly, in an electric circuit, the amount of current flowing from one point to another is dependent on potential difference, that is called voltage, between the 2 points. Now, what experimentally they have to find? They have to find, is there any relationship between current flow and potential difference in an electric circuit? Got my point? That you have to establish the relationship between current flow and voltage, right? So what is the aim of the experiment? To determine whether any mathematical relationship exists between the current and voltage in an electric circuit. Now, what is the objective? Performance objective. What the student will know after completion of the experiment or after performing the experiment, the student will be able to prepare a layout of a simple electric circuit. Will be set out a simple electric circuit. Will be able to measure current voltage in an electric circuit. Will be able to develop mathematical relationship between the current and voltage in an electric circuit. And another important thing, he will be able to understand the effect of resistance on voltage and current. Okay, so these are the objectives. Fine. Now to establish between the relationship between any two parameters, we know that we need some corresponding values of the parameters. Okay. Hence, a number of measurements of voltage and corresponding current flow in an electric circuit to be obtained. And another important thing, there must be an arrangement by which voltage can be varied. Okay. So, first of all, we have to think about the layout of the electric circuit. Okay. So, what will be the main students' job? Students will attempt to draw the layout of the electric circuit diagram and have it validated by the teacher before performing the experiment. Now here, it is not like a conventional experimental setup. As per the requirement, that is, to find out the relationship between current and voltage, what will be the electric circuit and how voltage can be varied. After meeting the requirement, this circuit, what they will develop, it should be validated by the teacher. Now, after that, students will prepare the list of equipment and accessories required. Okay. Right? Then there is the main important thing in discovery type of laboratory experiment. Series of questions. And these questions are to be answered. What will be required for generating current flow in the circuit? Vital question. Second question, what will be required to measure the voltage across the 2 points? Another valid question. Next, what will be required to measure current flowing between 2 points. What will be required to make the circuit through which current will flow? And what will be required for varying the current flowing through the circuit? My dear, remember there are 5 interwoven questions to perform the experiment on discovery type. So, what will be the job to be done? Set up the circuit according to the validated circuit diagram. Check the circuit before allowing the flow of current through the circuit. Also, the measuring instruments, its least count is to be, counted. Then, flow of current to be allowed through the circuit and note the voltage and current in the circuit. And note the operation of the equipment for varying the current and note whether the voltage measured is varying accordingly. Measure 6 readings at least and record the readings. Suppose this is the current, and this is the voltage. Take the reading. Okay. Then plot the observed voltage and current reading in 2 different axes of a ordinary graph paper. And try to draw a line passing through the points and find out the equation of the line. Okay. Now, most important thing, if you find out the equation of the line, state the equation if found, which will be mathematical relationship between the current and voltage in an electric circuit. Okay. And numerically you check whether the same relationship exists between observed voltage and current readings. Now find from the book if any law exists describing the relationship between the voltage and current in the electric circuit and state the law with assumptions and indicate any special feature observed while performing the experiment. So, my dear, the students are not verifying Ohm's law. They are finding the relationship between the current and voltage. And when they are finding out the current and voltage relationship, from that, by drawing the plots and finding the equation, you will get the main Ohm's law is to be verified. Okay. So, tell me, what is your comment? Yes. Can you convert some of your, you will get the lecture note of mine. Can you convert some of the experiment of yours subject into discovery? So please try to this. Okay. You can try. Take this. Lot of experiment, you can make it discovery type to the students. Okay. Yes, you are right. And it is a totally student-centered. Right, you are. Right. Thank you. Now, my dear, let us come to our main feature, Bloom's taxonomy. Benjamin Bloom he was an American, educational psychologist. Right? And he has given his educational taxonomy long back in 1965. Okay. 1965. And according to Bloom, I think yesterday Professor Samir Roy has given some idea about cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Cognitive action we are doing by our brain. Affective is nothing but the attitude. And psychomotor is doing the job by hand. Okay. And Bloom, he was the main pioneer in bringing this concept. Okay. So, cognitive domain, it involves outcomes, intellectual capabilities, that is knowing. Knowing. Suppose if I tell you, unscrew the nut, then naturally, before doing the action, your cognitive domain should work. Then you will think, I have to unscrew the nut, whether it is clockwise direction or an anti-clockwise direction. Initially, that knowing must be there, then he or she can perform the job. Okay. Next is feeling. Okay. Appreciation, attitude. Okay. And always, don't scold your students or your subordinate staff. A common term is there. You can tell, very good, but you can do it in better way. You rectify the methodology, but with a positive note. And psychomotor means by doing the job. Okay. Now, this Bloom's taxonomy, it was 1965, it started, and 2001, some of the specialists, they have made a revision. of this Bloom's taxonomy. The name of that was a taxonomy for teaching, learning, and assessment. Okay, and these are known as educational objectives. Okay. Now, my dear, you please go through the pyramid. Please study the pyramid. I will discuss. I am giving some time. You study. Hello. Now, you see our learning taxonomy, you can say. First of all, initial one is remembering, recalling relevant knowledge from long-term memory. Whatever we have been asked, we generally recall from our memory. Then comes next stage is understanding, making sense of the material you have learned. Then comes applying, use the knowledge gained in new ways. Okay. And then comes analyzing, breaking the concept into parts and understand how each part is related to one another. Then next higher phase is evaluating, making judgment based on a set of guidelines. Then lastly comes creating. Now, my dear faculty member, a top 3, these are the higher cognitive levels, higher levels. Okay, and these are the lower levels. And even, the intellect of the teacher reflects on the question paper. Okay, I am telling my experience. I have collected 10 questions of mechanical engineering final year questions on design from different institutes, including IITs. And I have collected 10 questions from top US technical university or colleges. Then I analyzed both the question papers, Indian question papers and question papers made in the US universities. I have found a very interesting thing. Our question is based on only 1, 2, 3 maximum analyzing. But when I judge the question paper on design, mechanical design of US university question, 60% questions are based on creating and evaluating. Are you getting my point? That is the difference. Any comment? Any comment?
Sir, the below one is based on the teacher-centered education, and the above three is basically based on the child-centered method. That's why it happens.
Yes.
When I give the chance to the student to think, to create, to analyze, then they will go to the upper pyramid.
Yes, upper
And
pyramid.
when we, yes,
Not
sir.
only the student, you think about the teacher also. Our most of the question paper, you find out that very less questions. There is no questions based on creating. You got my point?
Yes, sir, it's true.
So that is the difference. Now
Yes,
that is the basis for all startups. Now it is an era of startups. The idea of startup will come from creating, evaluating. That's why the Mark Zuckerberg, he's the founder of your Facebook, or he has said Indians are very good in studies. Okay, they are getting good jobs. They are purchasing Mercedes. But where is the innovation? You got my point? That's why these government of India, recently we have, made an accord, Washington Accord. What is the meaning? That is, a boy in engineering college in Jharkhand, the curriculum he is following, the student in MIT, they will follow the same curriculum. Almost this is the idea. So that a boy from Jharkhand can get job in US. You got my point? But interestingly, our problem is different. Theoretically, we are good. Mathematically, we are good. But the experimental facility available in our colleges, they are below average. So that's why the brilliant students, what they are doing.
Sir, actually, problem is that financial support is an important issue.
Yes, yes.
Especially person like me who are working in state government universities,
right,
not getting enough fund even to maintain the existing equipment.
Laboratory. Oh no, okay, I know. But the problem is that in our system,
So there is also one problem that we always follow the traditional method.
Yes.
We should also modify the teaching method so that.
That's why discovery type I have mentioned. The most important problem is that our system, because your state government college, who is giving the fund? Government of your state government or government of India, even IITs, so many things. So I generally, whenever the faculty members, they are coming to my college for training and other, I ask them, how old your college is? Somebody says 80 years, 40 years, 50 years. Then I ask them, tell me name of an item which has been developed by your institute, which is used for society. Answer is almost zero. Why you know? Because sources of funding. Main important thing is the sources of funding. MIT is a private institute. It is established by 5-6 private companies. And whatever product they are developing, it is developed in MIT. And it is funded by that institutes to MIT. But in our case, there is no interaction with industry. Industry and academic institutes, technical college, they are running parallelly. That is the disadvantage. That is the flaw. Am I right or wrong?
Sir, you are absolutely right, sir.
Right.
Yes.
No interaction with industry. Whenever you are making curriculum also, how many of us are inviting industry people what they want? What is their requirement? No, nothing. Okay, even I'm telling you, in US university, in developed country, everywhere, when the students are delivering their project, pre-project work, before starting the project work, idea of the project work, when they present, all the industry peoples are invited. They listen carefully your presentation. Now, if they think that your project can be purchased, they will purchase your project and funding will come from that institute. So after completion of the job, you will get a job from in that company. That is the very simple system they are following. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir. Absolutely right, sir.
Yes,
right.
sir.
So that's
Yes. Problem is from both ends. Actually, our educational institutes hesitate to contact the industry.
Right.
if we contract, even our industrial sector are so much orthodox that they don't like to
Yes,
participate. That is
yes.
also a problem.
Yes, now who will bail the cat? Who will bridge the gap? That is
Yes,
the
that is
important
the problem actually.
problem is like that. So that's why actually in India, technical education, I am telling you, it has failed. My personal, it has failed.
Sir,
That's why intelligent students, what they are doing, they are following a escape route. What is that? They are learning coding. They are learning coding. Even mechanical, electrical, civil, intelligent students, they are shifting to computer science. Are you getting my point?
yes, sir.
That is the thing. And now Industry 4, Industry 5, a long history is there. Because if I start telling this, it will take full day. Okay. So forget about that. So I am telling you
Sir,
that.
sir,
Yes.
sir, you are absolutely right. But
Yes.
I think, sir, I have a point. That is in India, in our whole country, there is socio-economic thinking, there is a lagging behind. Actually,
Yes.
I want to say that, sir, when the child is born,
Right.
okay, and
Right.
he or she starts to his or her schooling, after evaluating, after he is getting or he or she is getting promoted to class from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, everybody, whole society observe how, what is the percentage, what is the marks, but
Yes.
don't anybody know, society ask what is his thinking, beyond thinking, and what is his thinking, or he is behind his thinking anything or not. Everybody observe the mark sheet. This is the
Right.
in entire country, that from the grassroots level, government and the stakeholder public,
Right.
There is a cumulative effort is needed. I think that
Percentage.
there is percent. This is the basic. I think, sir, one of the basic drawback in our technical education. That is,
That's why
you don't
I have
inspire
told
them
that
to
we
think beyond
follow
the
the traditional methods
curriculum
in this time also.
pursuit or curriculum thinking.
Right.
It is
Right.
a social problem, sir.
And learning should be actually now, learning should be product based. You go to the class. Now, suppose you are a mechanical engineer. Suppose you take the mouse of your computer. You tell the students, can you tell me how it is made? Things are different. Now, if I tell measure the dimension of a mouse, you cannot measure by rule, tapes, and whatever may be. Nowadays, the measurement is by optical methodology. Directly, you can get the full dimension. But students are not taught in this way. You got my point?
Yes, sir. Right, sir. Right.
Difference
Right.
is there. Okay, let me
Right,
start
sir.
again. So I think, are you enjoying what I am telling?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I think, sir, there is a little bit of ray of hope. In the last
I want
5
to
or
add
10 years,
something, sir,
but
in this
our
matter.
society is also thinking beyond the
Yes.
conventional way.
Yes.
The era has been started, I think, sir.
Yes.
There is a ray
And
beyond
that
hope.
is
But
because startup has been started.
startup, yes, startup. There is a major way of startup.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Now,
you, sir.
evolution in the experiment laboratory performance. 3 things you have to evaluate. One is cognitive domain, psychomotor domain, and affective domain. Right? Now, cognitive domain, knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis. Psychomotor means skill. And affective domain means attitude. I tell my students, you follow 2S most of the cases. What is this? What is these 2S? One S is smile, another S is silence. You got my point? That will make you perfect in doing the job. Affective domain. Now, cognitive domain, it has got various, steps. One is knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, evaluation. Okay. Now let us see knowledge. Knowledge means if I tell a student define a machine tool. Okay. So the student must have the knowledge. Suppose engine, IC engine. Different parts of the IC engine, if I tell, label the IC engine, that knowledge is a knowledge component. If I say list the common non-ferrous alloys, knowledge. Describe the constructions of a centrifugal pump, knowledge. Identify the different parts of an air compressor, knowledge. State the Newton's laws of motion, knowledge. Okay. But from knowledge to higher stage is comprehension. Means now distinguish between SI engine and CI engine. Suppose petrol engine and diesel engine. That means you must know both the engines, SI engine as well as CI engine. Or convert the code from Fortran to Pascal. So must have the knowledge what is Fortran and what is Pascal. Suppose EDM means electro-discharge machining in mechanical. What happens, it is an era of super alloys. Metallurgists, they are developing so many super alloys. These are very difficult to machine in conventional machine tools. So then electro-discharge machining process is taken. By electric discharge, materials are removed. So that knowledge must be there. Or translate the passage from Russian to into English. So both the subject, language, you must know. Okay. Then application. That is higher. Application means what? Suppose a long beam, you are putting stress. What will be the maximum stress? How to compute? That is application. Or prove that the efficiency of diesel cycle is less than that of Carnot cycle. Or modify the given formula to fit the given data. That is application. Okay. Then comes analysis. Higher cognitive means recognizes install assumptions. A lot of laws are there where assumptions are there. So that assumptions are to be learned. Recognition. Now suppose a reasoning is there. What will be the logical fallacy? That is called analysis. Distinguish between fact and inferences. That is analysis. Evaluate the relevancy of the data. That is analysis. Analysis analyzes the organizational structure of the work. Art, music, writings. That is called analysis. Okay. Then comes evaluation. Suppose somebody has written a text how to judge the logical consistency of written material. That is evaluation. Judge the value of work. Okay. And there must be some standards. Based on the standard, you can judge. Suppose a conclusion has been drawn, whether it is supported by data, that is called evaluation. Okay. Now comes, my dear, after cognitive domain, there is another important thing is affective domain, your attitude. Attitude. Yes, sir. That is very important. Okay. Never say no to anybody. I tell my students. Yes, sir, I will try. So in affective domain, it has got some categories: receiving, responding, valuing, organization, and characterization. Receiving means listening attentively in the classroom and showing awareness of the importance of learning. Attending closely to the classroom activities or showing sensitivity to human needs and social problems and accepting differences of race and culture. That is called receiving. Okay. Then comes responding. Participation on the part of the student. The learner completes assigned homework, obeys school laws, rules, participates in class discussion, completes laboratory work, volunteers for special tasks, shows interest in subject, enjoys helping others. Then comes valuing, slightly higher, that is, believe in democratic process, demonstration, or appreciation of role of science in everyday life. Then problem-solving attitude and shows concern for the welfare of the others. Then comes organization. So it is a higher scale in affective domain, recognizes the need for balance between freedom and responsibility in democracy, accept responsibility for his or her own behavior. And always, always everybody should know, I believe, that your own strength and weakness should be known by you. Okay? And life is, generally, I have seen some of the people, they are believing something and they'll lead their life according to the belief. And another important thing, my dear, systematic planning in solving problems. That is important, organization. By the way, I am telling you one important thing. How you are making day-to-day organization, day-to-day activity in the college, how you are organizing. You have some set of plan. Today I will do this. Sorry. But my one advice to you, every day you perform your job. But in your computer, you make a folder. Today, 18/1/2024, whole day, what you have done, your activity, okay? Suppose one of paper has been published in journal. Write down the details of that journal and your paper. Like that, you have become a member of a committee. Write down that. I am telling you, my dear, before going home, 10 minutes you spend in front of your desktop or laptop. Write down what you have done the full day, whatever the information you have got every day in a one page. Next day you start with 19/1/2025. Again, end of the day, you write down. What is the benefit of it? Huh? What is the benefit of it?
The chronology will be maintained, and the uh, that is gapping between two tasks, it will be eradicated.
My dear,
Timely.
I'm very much professional in this field. Every year, you have to submit your yearly report to your institute, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Now, if this is with you, it will take only 1 or 2 hours to make the report. Most of the cases I have found, whenever the task is coming from the authority that submit your this year's activity list, you go here and there, ask some of your colleague, what was that incident? What was that? Like that, it is a totally, chaos. Is it not? Huh?
Yes, yes.
That won't be there. I am following this last 25 years, this. You got my point?
Yes, sir.
Before leaving the college, 10 minutes I sit with my desktop or laptop. I write down. Earlier, I used to write in a diary, but now I have made a folder. Am I right or wrong?
Sir.
Follow this. One day we'll tell, sir has told us a very nice thing. Then comes characterization, safety consciousness. And what I was telling earlier, in the laboratory class, you ask the student what difficulties you have faced. You know what will be the difficulty. Let them suggest the remedy. I ask my subordinate, even students, don't come with problems. At least come with 2 or 3 solutions and we will select the best one. Are you getting my point? This is another attitude of life. Don't come with problem, come with solution also. We will select the best one. Punctuality, self-discipline, in group activity, good health habits, these are the main, criteria for characterization. Now, my dear, comes psychomotor. That is, whatever actual action we are doing. It has got also various categories. Perception, set, guided response, mechanism, complex overt response, adaptation, origination. Right, let us see what is that. Perception, suppose, sound or machine is running. Based on the sound of the machine, you can find out the malfunction. That quality is called perception. Or a particular music, it is related to a particular type of dance. Or taste of food to need for seasoning. That is called perception in psychomotor. Okay. Then comes set. Mental set, mental readiness to act, physical readiness to act, emotional set, willingness to act. But my sincere advice, all of you, whenever you come to the class or college, always make yourself, clean, well shared, well dressed. Always you remember in the week, which day your performance become best? Hello? In which day in the week, working day, your performance become best? Which day?
Monday.
Monday. Okay. So follow all the days as Monday. Okay.
So my performance becomes best on Saturday. Oh, sorry. Yes, Saturday.
Yes.
After the regularity in the work,
Slightly I am also in Saturday in home, I become slightly disarranged. Another in the working day, Thursday, sometimes, our performance goes down. Thursday.
Yes, it is the midday of the week.
Yeah. Then guided response. Now you have told the student to do the job. Now guided response means, suppose a arc welding. Students are performing arc welding as demonstrated. Applies first aid bandage as demonstrated. Another important thing, my dear, those who are holding laboratory and workshop classes and others, first day class, at least you make compulsory first aid training for 1 day. This is very much needed. And this will help the student even home also. Okay. Then mechanism. Writing smoothly and legally. It is a mechanism. Sets up clearly the laboratory equipment. Okay. Slide projector operation. Okay. Dismantles an instrument. That is called mechanism. Okay. And complex overt response. That is higher skill. That is operating a power saw skillfully and demonstrate skill in driving an automobile. Repairs electronic equipment quickly and accurately. Adaptation. Now, have you seen tennis match in TV? You will find, suppose Djokovic and Nadal both are playing with each other, and you will find a very important thing. They are adjusting their tennis play according to each other's play. Even you are making swimming, if the density pH value of the water is totally very hard, you change your swimming pattern. Or if you are driving an automobile in a risky road, your driving will be changed, style, pattern. Then finally in Psychomotor, when you are creating a dance step, that is the creation. Any musical composition, it is a creation. New dress style, it is a creation. But you must know the basic of it. Is it not? Now, my dear, what is the time now? 12:15.
12:20.
It's 12:22.
sir. 22. 12:22.
So 5 minutes gap, rest, then I will start. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
கேட்க நீங்களும் காலி பண்ணி அவ்வளவுதான் செஞ்சு 2 நாளைக்கு மேல சாப்பிட கூடாது பாப்பா என்னடா தம்பி தங்கம் அதெல்லாம் சாப்பிடு எப்படி டேஸ்ட் இருக்குன்னு பாரு. சாப்பிட்டு பாரு. சுடுது. செஞ்சது டேஸ்டா இருக்கும் சாப்பிடு. ஆமா
Okay, can I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now we are entering the main part of the lecture. That is evaluation. Okay. Whenever a student enters the laboratory or workshop, it is important his punctuality, attitude, interest, and cooperation in respect of laboratory work. That is to be, and there is everywhere nowadays, you know, there is a continuous evolution is there. Okay. Now, my dear, what is rubric? It is a set of criteria used for assessing a particular type of work or performance and proceed.
the brown person consider when examining there.
Please. Please mute yourself. Dr. Radhakrishna, please. Dr. Radhakrishna, you please mute. Now, rubrics is a scoring or grading tool. Let us see. Suppose this is a tool how to assess the student cognitive and psychomotor domain.
Yeah.
Dr. Radhakrishna, please mute yourself. Now, how to evaluate cognitive and psychomotor domain? First of all, ability to state the definition and formula. From where you will get it? When you will take a vivacy of the student? Ability to list materials and instruments used, ability to draw sketches or equipment test setup, ability to state sources of errors and precautions taken in the list. Yeah. Everything you can judge, and by giving this score 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Dr. Radhakrishna, please, repeatedly I am telling you, please don't talk. Then, ability to record observation correctly. Ability to record graphs and calculate results. Ability to compare those of standard ones. Ability to draw conclusion. Ability to mention field of application. Ability to submit the report as per instruction. My dear, all the points I have written here, that can be easily found out and you can give a grade. based on their reports and viva voce. Okay. Then comes effective domain. Entry to the laboratory on time. Date and time of submission of the laboratory report on time. Attitude. That is one of the most important things. Whenever the students are doing the laboratory work, they are not returning the items, hand tools properly. That is to be, that is to be actually scored. Exact number of experiments set up by the institute in a particular discipline in a session. To learn required skill in each experiment. To learn by self regarding preparation of the report. Recording laboratory observations. Joint venture in the laboratory work. Ability of doing work with care and safety. Assuming responsibility for the instruments. Habit of need rest. And my dear, how you are assessing your student in the laboratory? Are you evaluating the student this type of format? This format is one, but now I am telling you one of the best format you can say. Ability to doing neat work, interest, ability to complete the work with tenacity without wasting the time, ability to undertake worthwhile work even though it is difficult, ability to work independently, ability to inquire matters. All these things you have to judge. But my dear, this is a very interesting thing in the laboratory. Are you listening? Now, first of all, you write down the name of the student, name of the experiment, date of experiment. Okay. Now you assign a weight for each criteria to be evaluated. Rank each criteria by assigning a numerical grades, G, from lowest to highest. Now, very interesting, I'm telling you. Now, criteria is what? Identify the equipment, instruments, and materials for the experiment and makes the experimental setup. This is the first task in the laboratory. And its weightage is given 2. Now, suppose, according to you, the student has got 5 on identification. So, what will be the weight into grade? How much? Here? How much? 10. Conduct the experiment according to the instruction. Here the weightage is higher, 3. Suppose the student has got 4. So 3 into 4, 12. So 10 plus 12 is 22. Now, follow precautions to personnel and equipment. Weightage is given 2. Now, suppose the student has got 5. So 2 into 5, 10. So 22 plus 10, 32. Record experimental data. Weightage is 3. Grade is suppose 5. Accordingly, you 15. 32 and 15, 47. Now here, analyzing the result, the grade is given higher. Weightage is given higher, 4. Suppose the student has got 5, 20. 47, 20, 67. Okay. Now draw conclusions with reference. Suppose the weightage is given 4, higher. Always you remember, analyzing and conclusion, grade is higher. Okay. And accordingly, you give them the grade. Another important point, whether the weightage is 2, but cleaning up the working area and equipment and returns all material, suppose 5. So he has got 10. But my dear, your comment on this. Your comment on this evolution form.
Sir, here our students perform the practicals in group. Yeah. So
each student you have to verify. It is as per requirement of NBA nowadays.
But in a group, different students do different things. Not everyone is going to build the circuit at the same time.
Fine. Then, because when they are doing the group, a group performance, personal performance is required. Hello. What are the other
Yes,
two
sir.
parts?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You got my point?
Yes, sir.
It is your judgment. But the main difficulty is that these grade. You cannot put them arbitrary 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There must be some logic. Is it not? There must be some logic. Now, how to grade them? And one interesting thing, have you noticed? All these parameters, criteria, highest grades, highest weightage we have given where? Analyzing the result and conclusion of the result. That is the most important. Then comes record, then comes conducting the experiment. Okay, my dear, most of the developed countries, they are following this methodology in evaluating student performance. You got my point?
நமக்கு என்ன பிரச்சனை இவர்கிட்ட சொல்லி அவரு சொன்னா அவருக்கு நம்ம சொல்ல முடியும் அவருக்கு யார் சொல்ற சொல்லிக்கிட்டோம்
Dr. Radhakrishnan.
ஏன்னா நமக்கு வேணும் இவரு சொல்லணும்
Dr. Radhakrishnan.
நேரம் வரட்டும் அவரு சொல்லி பாரு நம்ம எது கஷ்டம் பண்ணிக்கிட்டேன்
Please don't talk.
ஞாபகம் இல்லைண்ணா ஒல்லியா இருப்பாரு ஞாபகம் அவ்வளவுதான் ஒல்லியா இருப்பாங்க 3 பேரும் தெரியும் எனக்கு அத்தனை 3 பேரும் தெரியும் உங்க அக்கா தங்கச்சி சுதா தெரியும் இவங்க 2 பேரும் தெரியும் ஞானசேகரன் தெரியும் இவங்க தெரியும் அத்தனை நான் பார்த்ததே இல்ல எத்தனாவது நீ வரதே இல்லை எனக்கு 25 வருஷமா இங்க வரதே இல்ல அம்மாவே ஸ்கூல் படிக்கிறப்ப போயிட்டாங்க உங்க அம்மா முத்தியம்மா பொண்டாட்டி நான் ஸ்கூல் படிக்கிறப்ப போயிட்டாங்க அவங்க போய் அதான் 20 நான் ஸ்கூல் முடிச்சு 25 வருஷம் ஆச்சுன்னா 25 வருஷம் ஆக 25 வருஷம் ஆக போகுது அவங்க இல்ல இந்த ஸ்கூலு பாத்துக்க நீங்க நடுவில் ஃபாரின் போயிட்டு தானே வந்தீங்க என்ன என்ன வேலைக்கு போனீங்க அங்கே டிரைவர் தானே டிரைவர் என்ன வராங்க
Dr. Radhakrishnan, please don't talk. अरे तो महा मुश्किल है.
அப்படியே விட்டு வந்தீங்க போல அப்புறம் திரும்ப
Very difficult. Acha, now, how to grade the students? This part, important. Okay. Now, my dear, you see, it's very difficult, Dr. Radhakrishnan, whether I will remove you from the list. I'll remove you from the list. Now, my dear, very important thing here. Now here, most important thing, what is the main criteria here? identify the equipment, instrument, and material for the experiment and makes the experimental setup. Now, when the student will get 5, what is written here? Give specification of all equipment, instrument, and material correctly and make experimental setup completely and correctly. But when he will get 4, giving specification of all equipment, instrument, and material for experiment and make experimental setup partially. इतना disturbing है ये सब. So, what is the difference between 5 and 4? Can you tell me? Huh? What is the difference between 5 and 4? What is the difference between 5 and 4?
Correctly is not written there.
Sir, for 4 it is good and for the 5 it is excellent.
Experimental setup is made.
No.
4 correctly is not mentioned in 4.
Yes, 4 partially, it is completely. And 3 means
Yes, sir.
average, give specification of all equipment. But, make experimental setup is not there. 2 is lower, 1 is poor. Now, my dear, second criteria, what was that? Conduct the experiment according to the instruction. So, what is the difference between 5 and 4? Can you tell me? What is the difference between 5 and 4?
In the first one, it is very good knowledge, but in the fourth one, it is approximate knowledge of the lab procedure.
Yes, discuss with peers, means friends, to solve problems. Okay, very interesting, most of the developed countries, they are following this guideline. Now, third criteria is follow precautions to personnel and equipment. What is the difference between 5 and 4? Huh? What is the difference between 5 and 4?
In point 5, the student is able to think ahead of, in advance, is able to think about the precautions and all those things.
And help others.
And also,
But 4, proper safety procedure used and uses general reminders of safe procedures. Reminder is to be given to him. That's why he will get 4 and he will get 5 without reminder. Like that, 3, 2, 1. Acha, now it is interesting. Criteria 4. Record experimental data. What is the difference between 5 and 4?
They recognize the proper error, recognize possible error.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Okay.
ನಾನು ಸರ್ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವ್ ಯಾಕೆ
Now 5.
ಸರ್
In the 5.
ನೀವ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಹುಡುಗರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗರಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್
In the criteria 5. In the
ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್
please.
ಯಾರು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್
Such a disturbance. How I feel wonder how they are running their class. Huh? How they are running their class.
ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದೇನು ಅವ್ರ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಏನ್ ನಡೀತೋ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
So many
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ
discussions.
ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇರೋದು 1 to 2 ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ 1 to 3 ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
So what is the difference between
Sir?
5 and 4?
Sir?
Huh?
Sir, slides are not properly visible. Can you please use that slideshow or F5 anything? These are basically coming very small.
Okay,
Yes,
now
now it's okay. Yes,
now
sir.
tell
In
me what
five,
is the
sir.
It's okay, sir. It's okay.
in 5 and 4?
Analyze the results according to the given theory.
Yes.
In 5.
Right.
Whereas in 4, whatever we get the result are analyzed.
Right. So 5, why
It refers the relevant.
why 5 is better?
We
ಅದೇ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ
relate the results with the given problem.
Oh, very good. Now draw conclusions. Criteria 6.
There is minute difference between the 4 and 5 grade.
Yes. So these are the points. Okay. How you can grade your students. Working area also.
ಯಾವ ಬ್ರಾಂಚ್ ಅವರು
Fields is
ಈಗ
area
ಐಟಿ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅವರ
and
ಇಸಿ
also
ಅವರೇನೋ
helps
ತಗೊಂತಾರೆ
others.
ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ
Okay.
ಯಾರು
Now any questions? Any questions?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No,
So,
sir.
I think, you know, whatever I have given to you, please don't talk. Whatever I have given.
ನಿನ್ನೆ 15 ಜನ ಹಿಂಗಿತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಜಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದ್ ಇಬ್ರು ಇದ್ರು, ಅವರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ಮೊದ್ಲೇ ಏನೋ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಬರೀರಲ್ಲ, ಫ್ರೈಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾಳೆಗೆ ಅದೇ ಮೇಡಮ್.
Acha, okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please keep quiet. You talk afterwards. Acha, the PPT.
ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಪೂರಾ CAG ನನಗ್ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊತೀನಿ ಅಂತಾನು ಅಂದೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಅವಾಗ ಅಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೇರೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಇರ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ, ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ PMS ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ.
Okay, if there is no question, I am stopping here.
ಅವ್ರು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಕ್ ರೆಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ
you will get my slides.
ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ
Oh, what a disturbance.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನೋ ಎಲ್ಲಾ
Okay,
ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ನಡೀಲಿ.
thank you very much. I'm stopping here.
ಈಗ ನಾನು ಈಗ CIG ನಂಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್, PMS ಹೊಸ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್, ICನೂ ಹೊಸ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್, 3 ಓದ್ಬೇಕು. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಅವ್ರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಯಾಕೋ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ, ಸರ್ ನನ್ ಕೈಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಪಾಠ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಆಯ್ತು, ನೋಡೋದ ಮಾಡಿ. ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೋದು ಮೇಡಮ್, ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ತಲೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಅವರು BWS ಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಘು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ರಘು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಐಸಿ ಒಂದು ಇಟ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಆಗ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನೇ ಪಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಓ ಮೇಡಮ್ ತಲೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಅದು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಟೈಮ್ಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ
ಹಂಗೆ ಒಟ್ಟ ಅವ್ರು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಓಡಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
Good afternoon to all of you. In this session, I am Dr. Sukanta Kumar Nashkar, the co-coordinator. I will be speaking about the quality assurance mechanism of technical and higher education system. And you know that there are a lot of quality assurance mechanism are in place. So far that teaching learning is concerned, so far that institutional accreditation is concerned, so far that accreditation for various courses are concerned. Now, I'll be talking about some of the mechanisms which are in place so the quality assurance in the technical education system in general. But before talking about that, let me talk about what is quality assurance and what is quality control. Those who are having subject like quality and reliability, they can understand what is quality and what is reliability aspect and what is quality assurance. The subject like total quality management, that will try to define the quality concept and quality assurance mechanism. And quality assurance is basically mainly we are supposed to talk to define the quality of product and services, but at the same time, quality is equally applicable in terms of technical education as well. Now, let us talk about the quality assurance in technical education. Now, technical education means that qualification, passing out from the different courses, the students are supposed to have certain qualifications. The qualifications is basically called the official records, attesting a person's learning and also the training achievement, and which will play a very fundamental and crucial role in today's increasingly interconnected and also the competitive world. They also facilitate entry and also the movement in the job market, and also enable people to pursue lifelong learning opportunities within the country and also across the borders. Okay. So this is called the qualification, which has got direct relationship in terms of the quality assurance mechanism. Now let me give some idea regarding the quality assurance. Quality assurance is fundamental to qualifications. Trust and also transparency in the qualifications are a requisite for the comparability of recognition of the qualification at both the national and international level. And this is becoming an increasingly urgent and priority. So where the various courses, various technical institutions are concerned, or various level of technical education is concerned. Quality assurance is also a systematic process of determining whether the product or service meets the specific requirement. This is as per the definition of quality management concept or quality management book, or you can say the total quality management idea. Quality assurance is a systematic process of determining whether the product or service meets the specific requirement or specified requirement. This is a very general kind of definition. It is equally applicable in any sector or any type of product or services. It also says that it meant to increase the customer confidence and also the company's credibility, which also improve the work process and also efficiency, and it enables to company the better they compete with the others. I mean, this is called the competitive advantage if you ensure the quality assurance of your product. Hello. Okay. ঠিক আছে, আমি ক্লাসে আছি, আমি ক্লাস নিচ্ছি পরে। Quality assurance is a system which is meant for increasing the customer satisfaction and confidence and the company's credibility, while also improving the work process and also the efficiency. And it's enabled to companies to better compete with the others, I mean with the competitors. as a part of your competitive advantage. Quality assurance helps a company create products and also the service that meet the needs, the expectation, and also the requirement of the customer. So this is also another kind of definition of quality assurance and a part of your quality contribution by the quality gurus, Joseph and Juran, is called the, meets the needs of the expectation of the customer requirement. What the customer they want, if that particular product or the service is expected to meet that particular demand, that is a kind of quality assurance mechanism. And company or the organization need to have the quality assurance mechanism such that they can meet the customer expectation through their product or services, final product and services. These are some of the ideas related to the quality assurance mechanism. Similarly, you can have some other concept like quality control. People are using the quality control and quality assurance side by side. Understand? The quality control and quality assurance also, it is true that should go side by side. The quality control is a process through which the business seeks to ensure that the product quality is maintained and also the improve. Quality control requires the company to create an environment where the management and our employees strive to, for perfection. Okay, so this is, kind of concept of quality control. It is a process through which business or any organization seeks to ensure that the product that being produced is quality maintained or is improved in terms of the quality parameter. Quality control requires the company to create an environment where the management and employees strive to for going for the perfection. Quality control is the process by which the product, the services are tested and also measured to ensure that they meet the standard through which the process or business can elevate, maintain, and improve that particular product. So these are some of the ideas related to quality control and quality assurance mechanism. Both quality control and quality assurance mechanism has to be there such that you can maintain your minimum standard of quality. And it is true for the technical education system. It is true for the teaching learning system as well. Now let me share my presentation over here. Rajesh Kaushal raised her hand. Any issue? Rajesh Kaushal. Can you put in the chat box so that you can listen to me? Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving the response. Now, my topic is quality assurance in technical education system, and I have already mentioned that what is quality assurance and what is quality control kind of things and how it is applicable in technical education. Now, let me give some more idea. Now, there is certain ideas as being given by Swami Vivekananda. Let me start refer to that idea. The present education system, regarding the present education system, and according to him, the present education system is all a wrong system. The mind is crammed with the facts before it knows how to think. And as a result of that, we are talking about the thinking to think or continuous thinking kind of things as we are talking in NEP 2020. Educate our people so that they may be able to solve their own problem until until that is not done, all these idea refers to remain in the ideas only. Until that is not done, until that is not done, that to be considered as a ideas only and to be considered within the book only. So this is the very good idea given by Swami Vivekananda. That according to him, that the mind is crammed with a lot of facts, but before he knows it how to think, they do not know how to think. Educate our people so that they suggest that educate our people so that they may be able to solve their own problem. Until that is being done, and the idea remains the idea only. Okay, that will be the idea. People will be speaking that idea or propagate the idea, but nothing will happen. But what is education according to him? Is it the book learning? He said no. It diverse knowledge. It's also not even that. The training by which the current and also expression of will are brought under this control and also become fruitful is called the education. The training by which that current and also the expression of will are brought under this control and become fruitful is called that education. That is called the idea behind the Swami Vivekananda. Now, quality assurance, I have already given you many, the much idea regarding the same. Now, let me give few more idea regarding the quality assurance mechanism. It is a way of preventing mistake. Those who are having some idea regarding the quality management and quality reliability, they can understand that the preventing mistake and also defect in proceeding in producing the product, and also avoiding the problems when delivering the product or even services to the customers. So this is called the quality assurance. And you know that ISO 9000 is one such accreditation mechanism which will ensure that quality of product and services, even education sector also it is applicable. Which ISO 9000 defines as a part of the quality management focused on providing confidence that quality requirements will be fulfilled. Okay, so this is called the idea regarding the quality assurance mechanism. Similarly, quality assurance comprises administrative and also the procedural activities implemented in a quality system or systematic manner, so that the requirement and the goal for a product or service and activity will be fulfilled or to be achieved. A goal refers here the quality related goals that that I'll be achieving that quality with a certain kind of benchmark. So here quality goal means goal refer the quality related goal. It is the systematic measurement, comparison with the standard, monitoring of a process and also associated feedback loop, like a system approach. Feedback loop means the system approach, it has got input, output, and also the process along with the feedback loop that confers error prevention that can be contrasted with the quality control, which is focused on the process output. So here quality control is and quality contrasted with the quality control and quality assurance is like that. One is called the end process, another is called the continuous process. The last line says that that can be contrasted with the quality control, that that systematic measurement, comparison with the standard, monitoring the process and associated feedback loop. Okay, that is equal to the quality control, which is but the quality assurance is basically called the end product. When the product is being satisfied by the customer, is called the quality assurance product. That is called the basic difference between the quality assurance and also the quality control. One is called the end product related, another is called the continuous process. There are different types of accreditation or quality assurance mechanism in education sector. Some of us, we know that some of the quality assurance mechanism or accreditation mechanism applicable to technical education or even education sector. For example, one is called the University Grant Commission. University Grants Commission is one of the regulatory body, you can say that, for ensuring the quality related issues for through that universities. They are supposed to monitor and supposed to take care. The UGC, University Grant Commission, from time to time they are supposed to frame certain kind of guidelines which will basically talk about the quality assurance mechanism of their teaching learning process through the university. AICT, All India Council for Technical Education. All of you know that AICT is also the statutory body. AICT has also developed that in UNV under the support by the Government of India. The AICT has different bodies, different councils, different board of studies. AICT is functioning with the different board of studies, and such that all sector of technical education are being maintained in terms of the quality. So quality is also another important part where the AICT is playing a very significant role. All India Council for Technical Education, with its 9 board of studies. Association for Indian University, similar to University Grant Commission, you have association, and this association has got certain role for maintaining the quality of the university related issues and all that. National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, that different higher education institutions are there, they are supposed to participate, which indirectly will talk about the quality of that particular teaching learning process are being maintained and also being followed. Okay, if you pass or if you follow the guidelines as being given by the NAC. Okay, so NAC is also very powerful body and a very powerful mechanism, of course, so that quality related issues are being maintained by following that particular guidelines of NAC by the several higher education institutions. National Board of Accreditation (NBA) is a part of AICT, supported by Government of India. Now it is a common part that every courses, technical courses, I'm talking about that should be NBA accredited. Otherwise, AICT affiliation may not be given in future. Though although it is not a mandatory, but in future it may be a mandatory part that your all courses to be NBA accreditation, should be NBA accreditation. Then only that AICT kind of affiliation would be given. So even throughout the country, many university, private and government, and they are trying their best so that the NBA accreditation for the different technical courses. And definitely the advantage is that if you follow the guidelines of the NBA or in the form of preparation of the SAR and also other kind of guidelines, definitely you'll be one step ahead for maintaining the quality. You'll be one step ahead for maintaining the quality of different aspect, quality of your teaching learning system, quality of your evaluation process, quality of your admission process, quality of curriculum revision development, quality of finally the student that will be passed out from your system. National Institutional Ranking Framework. None.
যদি আমাকে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট করে গাড়ি ফোন করে বলো আমাকে গাড়ি নিয়ে পাঠাচ্ছিল আমি জিজ্ঞেস করি
না না ও গাড়ির মধ্যে কম্বল দেবে আমি যেখানে যাবো। NIRF ranking is also another ranking framework under the competitive situation. Throughout the country, different educational institutions, they have participated in the ranking procedure, and based on that particular institutional credentials, institutional performance, and their departmental ranking will be given or is given, or even the institutional ranking is also given. So this is also a kind of quality assurance mechanism that you are participating, and there are different parameters. I think there are 4 to 5 parameters are there based on which that that ranking of the institute is normally being done, and obviously it is through a stringent procedure such that your quality related issues are automatically checked. Understand? And definitely if you follow this particular guidelines, your quality of the teaching, learning, and quality related activities will automatically be enhanced. All India Management Association for management related courses. This association is working for maintaining the quality. Distance Education Council. This is also another kind of council which are offering the distance education through distance mode for maintaining the quality through distance mode. It is a common idea or common conception that through the distance education or distance education modes, the quality of education is not up to the mark. For ensuring that quality related issue, that that particular council is working. Understand, even distance oriented courses or distance mode courses is also equally important where the quality is concerned. The Medical Council of India, medical courses, they are also working over there. Medical Council of India, National Council for Teacher Education, particularly the primary teacher education, NCT is responsible for that. That quality of teacher education, that NCT is responsible for that. Pharmacy Council of India for Pharmacy Research Course, Veterinary Council of India, veterinary course, National Council for Human Resource and Health related to your Medical Council of India, similar to, and finally the NABET, National Accreditation Board for Education and Training. Okay, National Accreditation Board for Education and Training. This is also another kind of board which is responsible for quality assurance mechanism for offering the courses which are practice oriented courses. Okay, and supported by Quality Council of India, Quality Council of India, Government of India. In brief, some of the things in brief. National Board of Accreditation has already pointed out that which is a very powerful kind of body supported by AICT and Government of India, has established by AICT as a autonomous body under the Section 10U of AICT Act 1994 for periodic evaluations of technical institutions and undergraduate programs, and also the programs, technical institutions, and also the programs, undergraduate and postgraduate both. Basis according to the specific norms and standard and are recommended by the AICT Council. It is the only authorized body in India entrusted with the task for undertaking the accreditation of technical educational programs. So this is the purpose of National Board of Accreditation. It is being established under the Section 10U of AICT Act 1994. And evaluation of the technical institutions and also the technical programs and specific norms are being followed as being recommended by the AICT and Council. Similarly, in 7th of July 2010, NBA come into existence as an autonomous body with the objectives of assurance of quality and also the relevance of education, especially for the program in the professional and also technical disciplines, engineering and technology, management, architecture, pharmacy, hospitality, through the mechanism of accreditation program offered by the technical institutions. So you'll find out that the NBA covers almost all technical and management, pharmacy, or any other hospitality course. Almost all gamut of courses they are supposed to cover so that the NBA accreditation is concerned. Okay, and that NBA has received the various prestigious awards. One is called the Golden Peacock Eco Innovation Award in 2013, another for the ENBA project and Best Education Project Silver Award in certain years. Okay, so this is called the some fundamentals regarding that NBA National Board of Accreditation, and you are already in process. I know that for preparing the SAR, there are various parameters are there, and based on the parameters, you have to complete that information and you have to apply for accreditation to the NBA authorities. National Ranking Framework. National Institutional Ranking Framework. National Institutional Ranking Framework is a methodology adopted by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, now the Ministry of Education, Government of India, to rank all the institutions of higher education in India. Okay, so to all higher education institutions to be ranked under this particular framework, National Institutional Ranking Framework, based on certain parameter, identified parameter, and they have their own mechanism and own expert for such kind of ranking. NIRF was set up to identify the broad parameters for ranking various university and institutions that are various. I was talking about that various parameters based on which the ranking is normally being done of the various technical or higher educations. These are called the teaching, learning and resources, research and professional practices, graduation outcomes, and also the outreach and inclusivity and perception. These are the some of the parameters based on which that entire ranking process is being done by the NIRF authorities, supported by the Ministry of Education, Government of India. National Council for Teacher Education, NCT. You understand that there are a lot of primary teachers or school teachers are being trained by different educational institutions. That educational programs, teacher training educational programs, are normally being affiliated by the NCT, National Council for Teacher Education. And National Council for Teacher Education is a statutory body like your NBA or like your NIRF of India government, set up under the National Council for Teacher Education Act in 1995 to formally oversee the standard procedures and the process in the Indian education system, particularly in teacher education system. Okay, this is being established under the Act of 1995, formally oversee the standard and procedures in the process in the Indian education system, primarily for the teacher education system. And the main objective of the NCT is to achieve the planned and also coordinated development of the teacher education system throughout the country, and the regulation and also the proper maintenance of the norms and standard in the teachers education system and for the matter connected with therewith. So this is the purpose of this particular NCT, National Council for Teacher Education. Plan coordinated development of the teacher education system throughout the country. The regulation and proper maintenance of the norms and standard is also very important. It has been observed that many fake B.Ed educations throughout the country, even in West Bengal, so they are not being affiliated by NCT, as because of the fact that they have not maintained the regulation, and also that certain standard has been laid down by the NCT. As a result of their certificates are not being granted as being declared by the government. NABET, National Accreditation Board for Education Training, is a constituent body of Quality Council of India. Has already been told that NABET is responsible for offering the training programs which are practical oriented or practice oriented programs. Understand? And accordingly, they will be giving the accreditation for such courses. That is being offered by various ITIs, various technical institutions, various schools, even various practical oriented courses in a nutshell. Technical Accreditation Board for Education and also the training and abilities recent year has enlarged its scope of activities, and it's trying to match its progress with the slogan of Quality Council of India. The Quality Council of India is called the Creating an Ecosystem for Quality. So, they are trying to match with the slogan of the Quality Council of the Creating an Ecosystem for the Quality. I mean, whatever the training program that will be offered, that will be, that will strive for enhancing the quality. Now, let me talk about a few imperatives which will justify why quality is important. Why quality is important in technical education sector. four quality imperative in education system. Now we may ask the question why quality is important, and earlier time whether the quality was not there, and in today's everything is there in terms of quality or not. If that is the question, so that question may be answered by justifying the four quality of imperatives. Now let us talk about what are the four quality of imperatives which will justify why quality is important in education sector. The first one is called the moral imperative. The second one is called the professional imperative. Third one is called the competitive imperative, and also the accountability imperative. The moral imperative talks about the link with the customers. The professional imperative talks about the link with the professional role of individuals. The competitive imperative, the link with the competitors. And the last one is called the accountability imperative, the link with the constituent groups. These are called the four quality imperatives which will justify why quality is important to the technical education or education in general is concerned. Now let me give some idea why what is moral imperative, what is professional imperative, competitive imperative, and finally the accountability. The moral imperatives lies behind the proposition that customers and the customers both, you just keep in mind the customer and clients both are deserving the best possible type of quality. It is the duty of the supplier to have an overridden concern with providing the best possible quality of product and services. This is called the moral imperative. So being a customer, you deserve the best possible type of quality because of you are paying for that. You are the customers. Even for example, our institute, that our students, our participants, they are our customers, so they deserve the best possible of quality of teaching learning process, best possible of quality in terms of other services. So it is the moral responsibility of the authority of NITT or Kolkata to provide the best possible quality of product and service to satisfy the customers like you or customers like student. So this is called the moral imperative. It lies behind the proposition that the customers and the clients are deserving the best possible quality. Duty of the supplier as a result of that to have an overridden concern with the providing the best possible quality of product and services. This is called the moral imperative. Similarly, the competitive imperative in today's context, this is very, very important. You have to keep in mind. There is a competition. So 10, 15 years back, or even before, maybe 30 years back, there was no competition. Only what kind of product and service you are supposed to produce or supposed to deliver, that customer, they are supposed to accept it because there is no competitor. But in today's context, in every aspect, there are a lot of competition. Understand? If you are not good enough in terms of your quality of your product, so other competitors are there, they will provide that same quality of product with the same amount of price. Okay, so because of that particular aspect, that you are supposed to be forced to maintain the quality. Understand? So this is called the competitive imperative. Competition is the reality in the world of work, as already being is sometimes called the buzzword today. In the new competitive marketplace, suppliers must meet the challenges of the competition by working to improve the quality of the products, services, and also the delivery mechanism. In the new competitive marketplace, suppliers must meet the challenges by competing by working to improve the quality of their product. This is number one. Of their services, number two, and also the delivery mechanism. Not only the product and service in terms of the quality standard, but also delivery mechanism is also very important. This is also the part of your competitive dimension. The importance of quality management to survival is that it is a customer-driven process. Customer-driven process means that what customer they will be asking, that you'll have to satisfy it, or you'll have to listen it, focusing on the needs of the client and also providing the mechanism to respond to their needs and wants. So that is that is the essence of the kind of competitive advantage or competitive imperative, and you will have to take part in the competitive stance or competitive situations so that you will be surviving in a long-term basis in terms of successful businessman or successful in terms of organizing the successful managing the organization. Professional imperative. This represents the duty of all those involved in the service to strive to provide high standard of product and services. This is called the those who belongs to certain profession. So it is their responsibility to provide the best related to their profession. Being a teacher, it is my responsibility to provide the best teaching. Understand? Because I belongs to the teaching profession. Become a doctor, it is the responsibility of a doctor to provide the best service to the patient. Lawyer also, it is the best, it is the responsibility of the lawyer to provide the best advice to their client. So this is called the professional imperative, because it belongs to a certain profession, and there should be certain kind of professionalism and professional ethics. Professionalism implies a commitment to the needs of the customer and an obligation to the needs to meet their needs by providing the best quality product and services. Commitment to the needs, the professionalism, talking about the commitment to the needs of the customer and obligation to the needs, meet their needs by providing the best quality of services. Okay, so this is called the concept like professional imperative. Sometimes there are a lot of people out there attached to different professional. Simply they neglect their professional, they profession. Understand? Taking the money, taking the fees like per year, but not providing the best service or advice to the clients. Understand? That is not the expectation. That is as a part of your professional imperative. It is expected that since you are attached to certain profession, you have to do the best, do the justice related to the profession you are attached by providing the best service to the customer and client. Accountability imperative, the last imperative, that total quality management supports the accountability imperative. Last one. The total quality management support to the accountability imperative by promoting the objective, measurable outcomes of the organization and also providing mechanism for the improvement of those outcomes. Greater freedom has to match with the greater accountability. This is very important aspect, that most of the times we have kind of autonomy and freedom, but we do not have that accountability aspect of it. So that should not be. So when you will be given certain kind of freedom and also autonomy, so some portion of accountability will also be there. Understand? For example, you have given certain amount of money for the purpose of for certain purpose, but whether the purpose are being achieved or not, you will be held responsibility. If it is being achieved, that's good. If it is not being achieved, you'll have to justify. That is called the accountability part of it. For example, in your class, some student fail in the final examination. Now, who will be held responsibility? Being a teacher, you will be held responsible. You should be accountable enough. Understand? So if you are accountable, definitely your quality will automatically be enhanced. Understand? So this is called the last accountability, which will justify why quality is important. Is called the quality and accountability imperative. Education as a service, through which you are producing certain product. Education is a service through which you are producing certain product. Education is called the value added to the learners. Value added to the learner means that those who are admitting in your system, some value added, you are giving certain value addition, and finally employable students are being passed out from the system. Okay, so education is evaluated to the learners, is popularly known as the service. And the learners, the primary external customer or the client, they are called the learners. I mean, the learners, they are called the primary or the external customer or the client. Similarly, The parent, employers, the society, they are termed as a secondary customer. And finally, the internal customers is called the teacher, support staff, and other things. They are called the internal customers. So why, you may ask the question, why I am discussing all these things, customers in education system? Because education is such a thing that it is not the responsibility of a single man to maintain the quality. It is the responsibility of the holistic or integrated effort such that you can maintain the quality of teaching learning system, and finally the quality of the student that will be passed out from the system, okay, or employable pass outs from the system, okay. So that's why you have to understand who are the clients, what the customers, what the stakeholders, rather the appropriate word is called the stakeholders, what the stakeholders, so that they can involve in a better way for maintaining the quality, and they can also integrate, or they can put their effort for, put their effort for maintaining the quality as well, okay. And normally what we used to say that to satisfy the external customers normally, understand. For example, that through our student, through our pass out, that will be satisfying the industry primarily. But that is the ultimate, okay, that we are very happy that our students are quite well in terms of their performance while serving in the industry. But that is not the thing, that whether we people, those who are producing the student, they as internal customers, whether we are happy or not, that is also another big thing that we have to ensure. So when you talk about the customer satisfaction, both customer, internal customer, at the same time external customers would have to think it about. Internal customers, if that internal customers are not happy, sometimes it is not possible to make that external customer happy. So maybe for years together I have not been promoted. For years together I have not given certain basic facility. How we can expect that I'll put my effort to produce the desired level of student who will be the employable student and acceptable by the industries, okay. So these are the things that you have to keep in mind. System approach, you understand that the system approach means there are three components of a system, any kind of system, like technical system, technical system like input, output, and process. Similarly, technical education may be analyzed by considering the system approach. It has got certain kind of input, it has got certain kind of output, and also it has got certain kind of process through which that input are being converted, as already told you, that with certain value addition, certain output is being produced. So, and also it should have certain kind of loop. That loop is already known as feedback loop. So this is called that system approach, and technical education also to be analyzed by considering the system approach. That now let us talk about what is the input and what is the process, what is the output of it. That input may be that diversity of stakeholders and their commitment. Diversity of stakeholders and their commitment means that what the student they are expecting from you, what the parents they are expecting from you, okay, what the other stakeholders they are expecting from you, what the industry they are also expecting from you. That is called the input. That input you have to integrate in terms of various subsystems like curriculum revision, teaching learning process, evaluation process, and admission process and all that, such that their commitments are to be fulfilled at the end of the program. Understand that student will be able to fulfill their demand and the commitment, okay. And also another input may be considered the quantum of funds received by the various funding agency. That is also otherwise it is not possible to run the organization. For example, government control organization, government fund received by the respective government is also the another input. Without that fund, you cannot really run the organization. Okay, so these are called the input. There may be some other dimensions of input you can consider, but these are the two sides of input: diversity of stakeholders and their commitment, and also quantum of inputs like funds and received by the organization from the funding agencies and all that. Similarly, it has got the product. The input are being converted by following various processes. The product is called the pass outs, primarily the pass outs, employable pass outs. and their track record of job placement in how they have placed their job and what quality of job they have placed, what is their salary level and kind of things. All that information, all that records may be considered as a product. Publication of the institute by the various faculty members and the student, staff and student, research and development activities, a project being undertaken by the institute itself, how many projects completed, how many projects are in hand, patent obtained or even patents they have filed, and how many awards they have received. These are called maybe some of the output or maybe the product. So this is you'll find out certain other product, certain other dimension of product also, but these are the some dimension of the product from the technical education system. Now, question is that how these particular product are being produced. What are the mechanisms are that input are being produced, input are being converted in terms of product. Now there are certain process, well-defined process are there. By following or by adopting this well-defined process, the inputs are being converted into output. One is called the curriculum development process. You have well-defined curriculum development process. Now, as per the guidelines, you have to develop your curriculum. You'll have to revise your curriculum. You'll have to, invite the expert for developing the content. ICT model curriculum. I have told the first day that you'll have to analyze the ICT model curriculum. If you feel that certain modification will be required, you can always do it. Curriculum development. You'll have to invite the expert for content. That and teaching learning system, that curriculum to be converted in terms of following that appropriate instruction and methodology, by following that appropriate teaching learning process. Evaluation of the student performance, that how you are going to evaluate the student performance also. That also through student performance is normally being done or evaluated by summative and formative evaluation process. So that is also very important, that how much weightage you will be given for formative and summative evaluation process. And modernization and maintenance of facility. What is the mechanism for that? For example, 10 years back, the facilities that was having in your laboratory, and that facilities is no more applicable or no more valid. So you'll have to have mechanism to replace that particular facility, such that the student will be up to date in terms of modern facilities and as per the industry requirement. Student services also very important, that what are the different services that you will be providing as per the ICT norms. So the some common facilities like gymkhanas, like playground, NCC, NSS, and all that. So this is also some process. You'll have to do it and you'll have to follow it. Extension services. Certain services like that, some colleges, they are offering certain scheme, or they are implementing certain scheme like MODROP scheme, like QIP scheme, earlier times TQIP scheme. So some other scheme, Government of India or some state government schemes are there. Apart from their teaching learning system, they are implementing certain other schemes. So these are called the extension services also. Campus and environment, how the campus environment are being maintained, the neat and clean environment are being maintained. Also, management information system, how information for various employees and students are being stored through manual mechanism or through computerized mechanism. Nowadays, ERP mechanism or ERP software is also used for that particular purpose, and educational sector, that is also being available. Even some tailor-made softwares are also available for managing the information system, the respective organization. Human resource management, how people are being trained, how people are being providing the benefit when they are being retired. So that sort of things also comes under the picture, and also the how people are being trained and motivated, and all that. Financial management, what is the financial management procedure as per the governments that you are following the case. So these are some of the well-defined or well-established mechanism so where the process is concerned, through who is that you are converting your input into desirable output, and that output are being accepted by the industries or even accepted by some other agencies. Now here two important things that as a part of your strategic plan, let me give some idea. Now, in terms of quality, what is supposed to do by you, okay, that is being explained in this particular presentation, this particular slide. For example, these are called the quality initiative. As you are talking about that, these are my quality initiative. And now my question is that, okay, what will be the desired result so where the quality initiative is concerned after certain point of time, after certain years, understand? Now you'll have to say that, okay, these are the some of the parameter based on who is that, some quality enhancement will be expected after certain point of time. For example, certain parameter. So if you say that my quality has been enhanced, that is a quality vague word, or maybe that is it has no meaning. You'll have to justify what are the areas that your quality initiative has been enhanced, understand? So you'll have to identify such area, and these are the some of the such area that is being suggested over here, sample area. Percentage of student graduated, percentage of student employed, percentage, I mean, how many revenue we have generated, industry partnership, award received. So these are the some of the parameter based on who is that, that, you'll have to say that, okay, I'll be enhanced in terms of the quality with respect to all the identified parameter after a certain point of time. Okay, so through this particular quality initiatives. So here, for example, quality initiative, this is your present position, and maybe that after a certain 5 years or 3 years, you'll have the new position, and new position is expected to have a good position with respect to the present position. That is basically the quality initiative. And for having that good position with respect to the present position, that what initiatives you are supposed to take, you have to take all such initiatives so that you can enhance your quality parameter with respect to such identified dimensions. So with this, let's have a break for 10 minutes, and again I'll be coming. Thank you. Welcome back. Just before we conclude the session, let us have some idea that organization with an quality direction but does not have any members aligned with that particular direction. So how it looks like that. So this is a situation where the organization is having a quality direction. The organization is quite confident in terms of the establishment of quality, how the quality can be ensured, but so where the people are concerned, people are not being trained in line with the organization direction. And you understand that organization direction is quite aligned in terms of the direction of the industries or environment. So environment is basically important. The environment is quite, evident that they are quite, fixed direction in terms of its demand or expectation. Always, industry environment basically talks about the industry and it and other stakeholders. Understand what they are expecting, what they are committing from the technical education system. So in that particular picture, that that organization is having strict direction, and also the people those who do not have the proper training, they do not have the proper direction. So sometimes it is good, but people will have to be trained, then only it is possible to ensure the quality. So this is one situation. Another situation is very, very bad situation. That organization is not having any direction so where the quality is concerned. They do not have any idea how quality can be enhanced. People as well, the people do not have any idea what is quality, how the quality can be assured or something like that. But the environment has its own direction. Understand? Has its own direction. Though in that case, that people, that organization may not sustain for a long period of time because it doesn't have any direction for maintaining the quality or quality in terms of fulfilling the demand of the environment or something like that. It is called that misaligned organization with respect to the quality initiative. The misalignment, that this alignment is totally not aligned with the alignment of the environment or industry. This is ideal situation where it's possible to enhance the quality or possible to meet the quality as per the demand. It's called the environmental demand environmental expectation is quite fixed in terms of its direction. Organization is also having its direction quite fixed, aligned with the environmental direction, and people are also being trained in terms of that, achieving the organization quality. Understand? So this is an organization with a quality plan, and also its members aligned with that particular plan. So under that particular situation, it is very easy to achieve the quality related issue or quality plan. So other day I was talking about that, SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is sometimes very important for identifying what are the areas where you need to improve the quality. Identifying the strength and weaknesses, you need to improve the quality. So this is called that internal scan. You just identify your strength and weaknesses. Now, what are the parameters based on which that internal analysis can be done? Based on your people, based on your process, based on your product and your properties. So these are the 4P kind of things based on which you can assess what is your present position, what is your strength and weaknesses, and accordingly you can identify what are the area you can improve yourself in terms of the quality. Similarly, identify the strength, opportunities, and threats also. As already talked about that, environmental alignment. Understand that if you are totally misaligned in terms of the organization environment, sometimes it is very difficult position to fulfill the demand of the stakeholders. So in that case, you try to understand what are the opportunities, that whether people have to be trained, then only quality have to be achieved, or already people are being trained. Okay, some opportunity are there, or if totally people are not being trained, some threats you are anticipating kind of things. So these are some of the things you can always find it out in terms of the step. That is called as some parameter like STWP, social, technological, economic, environmental, and political. Assessing the external environment, identifying the shifts in terms of the needs of the customer and potential needs in terms of the potential customer and all the clients. Always you'll find out that some customers and the clients, they are supposed to change their needs, shift their needs, and you'll have to assess what kind of needs they are supposed to change. And accordingly, you need to incorporate that sort of need so that they will be, satisfied after, using your product. Identifying the competitors and collaborators. This is also very important that you just identify the competitor, who are your competitor and what product and process they are producing and what is their quality and level and what is their cost kind of things. Similarly, if you can find out that some of the collaborator, understand through which you can do the things in a collaborative manner. Okay, if you are not sufficient enough to do the things in a single effort, you can always do some collaborative activity with some collaborators. So this is also possible for improving the quality or maintaining the quality of your product and services. These are the some of the point where you can differentiate between the quality institute and also the ordinary institute. Quality institute is focused on customer. Ordinary institute focused on internal needs. I mean, the to fulfill the demand of the internal customer only and internal needs. Quality institute focused on preventing problem, to identify what is the problem and why the problem is there, where is the problem. But organization talks about the focus on detecting the problems. Detecting the problem is also there, but preventing that problem may not occur time to time. That is also another important. Ordinary institute, if we talk about that, invest in people. Ordinary institute, quality institute invest in people. Ordinary institute is not the systematic in the approach. So these are the some of the dimensions where really you can differentiate between the ordinary institute and quality institutions. Now here, let me discuss some important aspect which will correlate that why quality is important and how the quality can be enhanced so that the technical education is concerned or education in general is concerned. The 4 pillars of education. Education throughout life is based on 4 pillars. One is called the learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, and also learning to be. So these are called the 4 pillars of education. That entire education is based on the 4 pillars. So if you try to enhance the quality of each of the individual pillar, definitely it is expected to that the quality will be enhanced. The first one is called the learning to know. By combining the sufficiently broad general knowledge with the opportunity to work in depth on subject. These also mean the learning to learn so as to benefit from the opportunity education provided throughout the life. This is for the learning to learn. Similarly, learning to do, learning to live together, learning to do talks about that in order to acquire not only an occupational skill but also more broadly the competence to do with the many situations and work in teams. It's called that social contribution is called the learning to do together. This is also another pillar of education. Learning to live together by developing understanding of other people and an appreciation of the interdependence, carrying out joint projects, and also learning to manage conflict in a spirit of respect for the value of mutual understanding and peace is the purpose of life, our life. That is also to be considered as another pillar of education. And the last one is called the learning to be. So as better to develop one's personality and to be able to act with the greater autonomy, accountability, judgment, and also personal responsibility. Learning to be, its meaning is like that. So these are called the 4 pillars of education, based on which that education is, entirely education is being, carried out. These are the some of the typical technical institutions and objective produce quality, skilled trained manpower with a sense of value of culture, promote the research activities, promote the technological innovation, provide the service to the satisfaction to the customer, ensure quality in all activities, build up reputation and image of the institution in society, provide service to the community, etc. So in a typical institution, technical institution, if you talk about that, these are the some of the kind of objectives. And these are called the instructional process through which the objectives are being achieved. Preparation of teaching plan for a semester, preparation of the laboratory manual for or manual or the job sheet, planning for the student project relevant to the discipline, ensuring availability of the teaching learning resources or LR, development of learning resources, preparation of the comprehensive assessment plan, focus on the student-centered method of learning, effective implementation of curricula, development remedial measure for weaker student as well as the ineffective teaching, monitoring and also recording the student progress, and conduct the counseling and guidance and session. So these are the some of the things that need to be practiced by the teacher so that entire teaching learning process can be enhanced. Development plan as well from the departmental perspective, at the same time from the institutional perspective, introduction of the relevant curricula, training of teachers in the areas of curriculum design and teaching methodology, improvement of the examination system, which are directly related to enhancement of the quality or which will directly help to maintain the quality, promotion of culture of research and experimentation, promotion of in industrial training of teachers, establishment of learning resource center, development of procurement of learning resources, develop item bank or question bank, development of library facilities, establishment of training and placement cell, development system of dissemination of information, training and support staff on relevant areas, development of laboratories and workshop more user-friendly, and promotion of the industry or institute interaction. These are the some of the managerial practices that teachers need to practice. Good learning environment to provide or to facilitate, promotion of interdepartmental activities and development personal relationship, development and maintain unambiguous communication channel, development or more effective administrative procedure, improvement of the infrastructural facility, development of strategies for better utilization of institutional facilities, involvement of all members in institutional development activities and all that, promote drive for quality in all activities, development of system of feedback on activities such that you can improve always, to improve the student welfare, to prepare the short-term and long-term plan, and also the resource allocation judiciously. I think this has already been talked about by Dr. Arpan Kumar Mondal. Some management of technical education system, central government and state government system. From the central government part, the Ministry of HRD or Ministry of Education or Bureau of Technical Education, you understand, they are the pioneer agency, those who are managing the entire technical education system from the government point of view, central government point of view. In terms of various activities like funding, processing, monitoring and evaluation of the performance of all CFIs, centrally funded institute, including implementation of central schemes and all that, like central scheme like MODROP scheme, like CDTP scheme, like QIP scheme and all that. For example, AICT is the agency vested with statutory powers by the Act of Parliament by 1987. Is also another body empowered by the Ministry of Education, who is also responsible for monitoring the and also maintaining the quality. AICT is planning and coordinating the development of technical education, promoting the quality improvement also through various schemes, various mechanisms. As already told you that in the beginning of my session, AICT has 9 All India Board of Studies, which are advised by the ICT in policy making. The 9 board of studies are like that: architectures and town planning, pharmaceutical education, management studies, technical education, undergraduate studies in engineering and technology, postgraduate evaluation and R&D in engineering, vocational education, hotel management and catering technology, information technology and all that. Okay, so these are called the 9 All India Board of Studies, which advise that AICT in policy making from time to time. AICT has also set up that NBA and has already been told that implementing and evaluating the quality of technical programs, and also having that regulatory bodies like University Grant Commission. They're responsible for monitoring that university related programs and quality related issues for the control by the universities. Has role to play in developing the technical education as its finance by the university department dealing with the higher education in engineering also. Similarly, state government control organizations are there. State government control organizations are there, like DTE, Directorate of Technical Education, effective administration of the technical education, academic control of the engineering program lies on the affiliating university with the advices from the SBT and State Council of Technical Education, State Bureau of Technical Education and State Council of Technical Education is there to monitor and polytechnic education system from the for different countries, for different states. There are different issues and concerns. Dearth of adequately qualified manpower in technical education, those who will be dealing the technical education system and will be responsible for maintaining the quality. Exponential growth of technical colleges, like anything, as a part of the policy by the respective government. As a result of that, there is a tremendous competition, but quality-wise is not up to the mark in some of the colleges. Okay, that evaluation is not being done properly. As a result of there is a huge gap between the demand and supply. Absence of mechanism for maintaining quality and standard and also technical institution and market-driven courses kind of things. So these are some of the things that may be considered that we have certain kind of issues, and as a result of that we have certain kind of concern as well. These are some of the technical teachers and its role. As already been talked about, some of the role of the technical teachers, developing the instructional material of the classroom situation, and the guide under the graduate project, participation in curriculum revision and development, developing learning resources, developing lab manuals, conducting or developing the continuing education programs, organizing industrial training, participating community development program, organizing that executive development program, seminar, workshop, participating institutional development activities. Similarly, they're managing classes. These are some of the general roles of the technical teachers through which that quality of the teaching learning system can be enhanced. Product and service point of view, that quality I have already mentioned. I think I need not to mention. There are core quality related issues. If we talk about that, if we talk about the quality to be enhanced, there are certain core policies, core concept that everybody should maintain, and so there should be there, and it has to be, in there, it has to be in place. The quality policy and its communication. This is the first thing that you have to keep in mind. What do you mean by the quality? What is your policy for that, for maintaining the quality, and how that quality policies are being communicated to each other? That is the very important thing that you have to keep in mind. And if you find out that many quality related institutions, particularly having ISO 9000 accreditation, you will find out that the primary thing, they should have that quality policy, and that policy are being communicated from time to time. Teamwork and participation, this is also another aspect that quality initiative is not possible by a single man. It should be a contributor, holistic approach. Everybody should contribute properly so that quality can be enhanced from time to time. Problem solving tools and technique. There are basic problem solving tools and techniques are there that you'll have to apply certain problem solving tools and technique to analyze the quality related issue, which will help you to maintain or enhance the quality. Standardization, you'll have to find out that what will be the standard that you'll be following. Understand, based on which that you'll have to start your journey. Quality system, you'll have to develop a system that I was talking about, the system approach, like your input, output, and process, and also feedback for improving the quality. So you'll have to develop a system that these are the system that I'll be following for maintaining the quality. Cost and measurement, some amount of cost will be associated, and how we can measure that, okay, whether your quality is being improved, you can measure it, okay, because of this particular cost, our quality has been improved. So you'll have to measure it. Otherwise, it may so happen that cost have been given, but there is no improvement in terms of the quality. Okay, process control, that through different process the quality can be improved. Okay, how that process can be improved. Understand that there are various processes that I have given an example in technical education sector. So how the process can be improved, which will directly directly help to maintain the quality or improve the quality. Customer supplier integration, a kind of relationship in terms of quality management. It is called the CRM, customer relationship management. In what way you'll be in certain way you'll have to develop certain kind of relationship with the customer. Understand, and then only a customer will always be there in your to take your services. Education and training, certain amount of money to be separated for educational purpose, to educating their people so that they will contribute or they will help that organization to maintain the quality. And finally, quality audit and review. So finally, that your internal people have to be trained so that they can do the audit. Finally, the last part, that quality have to be audited by the third party, so that, okay, you can say that quality are being ensured or quality are being implemented. And finally, if you fulfill the criteria like NBA, you will be given NBA accreditation. If you fulfill the criteria like NABT, you will be given NABT. If you fulfill the criteria like ISO 9000, you will be given the ISO 9000 certification and all that. Education and policy, some quality related issues, some suggestion are there. Let me highlight over here. This education policy 2020 addresses the many growing developmental imperatives of our country, provision of revamping for the aspect of the education structure, including its regulation and governments as per the need of 21st aspirational goal. So this is one important aspect which is related to quality enhancement. Another global education and development agendas reflected in the goal 4, SDG 4 of the 2020 agenda for sustainable development adopted by the India 2015, seeks to ensure inclusive and also equitable quality educational and also promote the lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2020. An education system to be reconfigured accordingly or to be repositioned accordingly. So this is also another suggestion. New national research foundation are to be established, which will also be a part of maintaining the or monitoring the quality related issue. Higher educational significance contributed. Higher education significantly contributes towards the sustainable livelihood and also economic development of the nation. And finally, the strengthening that existing body like CABE, Central Advisory Board of Education and all that, which these are the some of the suggestions directly related to enhancement of the quality of the educational institutions. National Assessments Center like PARAK and the school board like National Testing Agency for enhancing quality or maintaining the quality. Blended mode of learning is also suggested for to remove the monotony of the traditional mode of learning. National Education and Technology Forum, NET, This is also another forum they have suggested. Regulation, accreditation, funding, and also academic standing setting like Higher Education Commission of India. Multidisciplinary education and research university, similar to IITs, IIM, and NITs will be established, which will be offering the quality teaching learning process. Develop more degree courses taught in Indian languages and bilingual or maybe the local languages. Policy suggested highly qualified interdisciplinary research across the field that must be done in India and also cannot simply be imported. Development of academic credit, bank of credit. These are also some of the things which are, according to me, they're directly related to the quality enhancement of the teaching learning of the technical education or education in general. Thank you. So this is in a nutshell. In a nutshell, the quality related issues of the technical education system. If you have any question, you are free enough to ask me. My PPTs will be given to Professor Arpan.
Participants, do you have any question? If you have, you may ask right now. Otherwise, we can close this session. Any question? You may type in the chat box also, and
yes,
I have allowed you to unmute.
You can write in the chat box also.
No, sir, thank you.
Lecture materials will upload after some time. And regarding quiz, today quiz may come a little bit late. Okay, so we'll try to upload by 5 o'clock, but let us see how best we can do. Quiz link, same link, but it is not activated. So we'll try to activate by 5 o'clock. Otherwise, you may attend tomorrow also. And the attendance link for the session 1 is still on, as it was switched on later. And within 5-10 minutes, I'll close the attendance link for session 1 and session 2 will open in the same link. Okay. So thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, 17/1/2024, I am not able to give attendance. Kindly see the matter.
Okay, okay. I think you have sent a mail. Already I have recorded that.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.